So I was saying we had earlier mentioned about the practical case study that we are to do in this particular session. So we said in order to prepare a good model, so there are a couple of things that we need to do. Okay. So number one, we will need to define the different types of data sets that we need to have. So that is the first thing. We need to know if if our project is distributing fertilizer, then how many data sets or do we need to come up with? Okay, that is number one. Then the second thing, we need to understand how many workbooks do we need to have? Do we need one for all the data sets, or do we need every workbook for each individual data set? Okay, so that is another thing. And then thirdly, we need now to define parameters under each workbook. So we prepare the worksheet, the data sets, all the small now data, so that as we come to prepare this particular collection tool, they become ready and clear for use. And then, of course, lastly, we need to talk about creating reports. Okay. So we can start with the first one. So because we are starting from scratch, we need to create a folder. So I've already created a folder. Let me just move it so that you can see this one. So this is my folder. I've named it Fertilizer Distribution Project. So if you're in a position to follow through, you can do that and try to go a bit slow so that you can be able to follow through. So Fertilizer Distribution Project is the name of my folder. So inside this folder, I want to create a new workbook, So that will be the first thing we'll do. But a question that I will need to ask is, we have said the first thing we need to do is to determine what? To determine the, can you remember? What do we need to do? The first thing, we need to determine the various types of data sets. So the first thing we need to do, even before we create a new Excel file, number one, determine the types of data sets that we need to create. So that is the first thing. And I would want us to also contribute on this. How many, which are the kind of data sets that we might need to have? So this is the project. We want to distribute fertilizer to farmers across the country. Okay. The country, of course, has different regions. So, of course, something like the details of the farmers, the details of the fertilizer, and all that. So, what would be the first data set? What would be the first data set? That we will create. So I'll say, let me create the first one, pending naming it. So where is it? Microsoft Excel. So I can create that. So what is the first data set that you think we're going to create? We want to distribute fertilizer. My thinking is, number one, as we had discussed, we create a farmer's detail worksheet. So what we can do, we can say farmers. I don't know if it is legible, farmers details. Farmers details. So we create a data set that will talk about the farmers details. Okay. Farmers details. That is one. So we created a data set that is called farmers details. So we are going to register all the farmers here. Okay. Which other data set. You can use the chat box. You can use the chat box to uh, give your views. Which is the other one? So another one, we can create, let me see. Okay, so the big screen is okay. So we can also create, can we create fertilizer details? Is it something that would create? Yes, so fertilizer details. So we have a data set. I think the approach that we have taken as per number 2, as per step 2, is that we've decided each data set will have one workbook. Each data set will have what? Its own workbook. So we'll have just one worksheet per what? Per one worksheet per workbook. Okay. As the data set, or we'll have one data set in a given workbook. Okay, so good. So Silvia, you say types of fertilizer. So here I'm saying fertilizer details. Fertilizer details. Good. And any other, any other, any other, any other. So these ones are, what are these? Which kind of data sets are these? Are these dimensional data sets? Are these dimensional data sets or factual data sets? Are they dimension tables or factual? Will they contain dimensional tables? Yes, dimension tables. So the good thing to do, it is good to be able to identify easily these particular data sets. So what I'll do, I'll rename this to DM like that. DM farmers details because they're dimensional data sets. And then also fertilizer details will also be a dimensional what? Data set. So we will have two dimensional data sets that we've created. Any other, we can create like 3-dimensional data set, and then we have one factual table, or we can even have 2. But for the purpose of this session, we can just have like 4 data sets. So which other one? You want to distribute fertilizer to a certain region, and you want to prepare your data sets. So one, we said fertilizer details, and then we've talked about farmers details. Florence, I'm seeing you say regions or areas of distribution. Regions or areas of distribution. So which details are we going to have under regions? Because if you're distributing fertilizer, it will go to a certain farmer in a certain region. So a certain fertilizer will go to a certain farmer in a certain region. And of course, it will be distributed by someone. So that someone can also be a data set. Yeah, so we can have details or areas that we are going to distribute. So let me create one. So Excel, so it's a dimension. And then we say distribution. Regions. How can we call it? Regional. Regions what? Regions details. Regions details. And then remember, we'll have to create a link. Even as we are creating data sets, you need to also consider, can I be able to create any relationship between the regions, the fertilizers, and the farmers? So there's that thing that I need to come to you that as I'm creating these, so I'll talk about maybe Kenya as a country. Kenya has counties. Under every county, there is a sub-county that way, okay? So yeah, we can actually have that. Good. We can also have a dimension table. Let me create a new one that is regional coordinators. Co coordinators. So it is not necessary to say details. You can just say regional coordinators. You can also say distribution regions. Okay. Of course, the naming of a file is distribution regions. So we have four-dimensional data sets. So we have fertilizer details, farmers details, we have regional coordinators, we have distribution regions. So I think that is good. Um, another type of because we've created only dimensional data sets, we've created four. So we need to add another one, which is a more of a factual data set. So for that, how can we call it? We will call it. Let me call it distribution. I can call it fertilizer distribution details or records. Okay. So basically, what of the distribution channels? Maybe just to ask, what do you mean by fertilizer channels? What do you mean of distribution channels? Maybe you can ask, elaborate before I proceed. Or you're asking of the methodology of distribution. Huh. Okay, okay. Or how it is going to be. Okay, okay. Now I've got it. I think in another session we had such a because somebody was saying, do you have like, are you talking about a warehouse or a go down and then from there, will you have any sort of distribution? Yes. So you can actually come up with a data set concerning the store. Okay. You can have a data set that talks about the store. And then in that store, you of course talk about what? The number of fertilizers, the different types of fertilizer. Oh, do we have it? Fertilizer details. No, fertilizer details will talk about the actual fertilizer. Is it a CAN? Is it DAP? Is it in 5 kg bag? Is it in 2 kg bag? The packaging, such things. But for the store, yes, we can actually create another one. Let me just create it and call it store. I hope my screen is visible. Okay, let me rename it. So we can have a dimension data set and we call it store. Yeah. So that we can track what is in the store and how it is being distributed. Okay. So the whole idea is to understand first of all how we have created the different data sets. Now I would want us to take now one data set. Okay, one data set, and then we work with it. We see now how we are going to prepare. Because if you look at the step, so step number 2. So of course we have determined the workbooks and worksheets that we needed. So we have already determined the number of templates that we need, maybe per department or such. And we've also come to a conclusion that we only want each and every data set to be in its own what? To be in its own, what do you call it? In its own workbook. So what we need to do now is not to prepare. Number three, to prepare, to determine the parameters of each template and define the title. So now what we are going to do, we are going to prepare that template. Okay. So that as we capture in data, we are able to protect our data for better analysis. Remember, at the end of the day, the focus is on high level of data or financial data analysis. That is the end goal. So let us proceed in step number 3 now. Let me see. So I want us to take one of the data set. One of the data set. So one of the data set, I think we'll take farmers details. Farmers details. The assumption is we are going to register farmers first, and then before we even start with the distribution. So sometimes, and this is how sometimes things work, you have a system or a data collection tool, maybe it's a mobile application, maybe a simple Google form that you send out there, then it will collect it. So you might find different channels of data collection. Okay, it can be through the website, it can be through different areas. But now, as you receive this data, you need to receive it as what? As a data set in this particular fashion, in like an Excel worksheet. But we are going to see how we can even model data in advanced level. Okay, so let us use the farmers details. So open the farmers details. Open the farmers details. Let me just open it. So that is it. I hope you can see it on your screen. Yes. So that is the blank document. So that is the blank document. I hope you can be able to see. Maybe I can expand it a bit. Let me see if I can zoom out a bit so that at least at 120. Good. Okay. Now, so that if you look at these farmers' detail, and maybe sometimes, perhaps I saw a comment today after the session. Somebody was asking, why have we not gone into using, Power Pivot, Power Query, such tools already? But I remember when I'm doing these projects, you find where people go wrong is where they rush into using tools for analysis and modeling and cleaning data before they even prepare their documents. For me, document preparation is important, very important when it comes to analysis, because what happens is you'll collect data then, but at the end of the day, you'll have sometimes you can get into so much trouble uh, due to the type of data that you've collected, and you find there's so much corrections that you need to do. There's a lot of cleaning that you need to do before you can now start to do what to create your presentations, your reports, and such. So preparing a data set is important, okay? Because sometimes you can receive data from a different area. So when you receive data from a different area, that is where now you can use tools like there's a tool called Power Query to remodel or reshape the data. So there's what we call data modification and data transformation. Data transformation and data modification, it is just a matter of enhancing the data sets, and it comes in handy where you have received an already created what data set. At this particular point of us, we are trying to create a data a structure where if we give it to somebody to key in data, they'll key in data as per our own what criteria and wishes. I mean, and of course, we have put in controls to make sure that data does not deviate uh, at the collection point. Okay, if you already have a system and you want to download the data, then you download the data, but now you need to transfer it in your own data set so that some things can also take change. Now, in creating this data set, uh, uh, one of the practices that I normally use or that I came across when I was handling projects is, first of all, you need to have what we call a parameters worksheet. A parameters worksheet. So parameters worksheet normally precedes a dataset worksheet. Okay, a parameters worksheet will normally precede a dataset worksheet. Why is this important? For purposes of control. Okay, so anytime you share a dataset to anyone, you always have to make sure that you have already defined parameters, and that was number 4. So here, let us rename this to parameters. Parameters. Okay. Sometimes people tend to confuse parameters with types of data sets. So there's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference between a factual, dimensional data sets and what we are terming as parameters. So parameters are basically guidelines or guides when it comes to collecting data. Now, so before I go to that, let me create a new worksheet and call it what? Farmers details. Okay, I'll still use the name under the title bar and say farmers details. So starting with the parameters here. Um, when we are collecting details about farmers, there are some data that will keep on changing. Or normally in statistics, we normally call it grouped data. So we normally have what we call nominal and ordinal data. So data that can be grouped. So such things are what we are we're going to put here. Another example, if, for example, you're preparing payroll, okay, because I'm trying to see where now in finance or in accounting where this can apply. When you're preparing payroll, there are these parameters that keep on changing. Yes, I can see. So there are these parameters that keep on changing. There's a question. I don't know. Let me see. I hope I can see the con. I don't know what that means. Okay. Yes, James. Oh, the mobile contact list. Yes, yes. I think because we had this session at 6, there are those maybe who have not yet reached home, but we are recording so that we can also be able to share. Those will join later on. Also, we will proceed with them. Okay, so as I was saying, as we prepare these worksheets, especially parameters, a good example is when you're preparing, say, payroll. When you're preparing payroll, there are these items that keep on changing. For example, today VAT might change to a different figure. Okay, VAT might change to a different figure. I don't want to mess our example, but let me use this as a good example. VAT might change. So maybe one of your parameters might be VAT. Okay, just an example. So today it might be 16%. Where is it? 16%. Okay. So if as at now the VAT is 16%, in your parameters, you need to have VAT 16%. Then below that, if after some time the VAT has changed, say to 14%, Then you'll keep on adding the different VAT rates that are there. Interestingly, in your VAT, you can also have something like VAT date, okay, so that you know when the VAT changed. For example, uh, this can be the current. Uh, so let's say this one was 10/20/24, and then maybe there was an announcement that effective 1st of 20 of January 2025, we will have a new VAT rate. Okay. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to define these parameters. So anytime there's a change, we keep on adding, meaning we are going to make this Excel as dynamic as possible. Okay. In our data set here, for example, for the farmers details, if that is where now we were computing the different sales that will attract VAT, we are going to use some formulas to come and check the most current VAT. Okay. So that is how it works. You define the parameters, then as you are capturing data in the actual data set, you use formulas and other techniques to come and validate entries in the parameters worksheet. So in our case, because we are using this, I was using these farmers details is because I have worked on a donor-funded project that was supporting such a course, an actual project. So I said because there are other people who are in NGOs and such, or sometimes maybe a company will find yourself you're handling a project because projects normally exist in almost every company. You find whether it is a short term or a long term project, you'll always find a project within an organization, and you find project units. Sometimes they require a multi a cross-cutting, team, cross-cutting teams where, as a finance person, maybe you'll be part of a project unit, implementation unit. So this comes in handy. So in our farmers details, details data set. So the first thing that we need to put is the name of the farmer. The name of the farmer, because we cannot categorize it, we will leave it. Okay, we'll have it as a column. So number one, when we write as we do, so we have name of the farmer. Number two, what is the other thing that we need to put about the farmers? What is the other item? So we have name of the farmer. We can have their ID number. ID number will also not be part of will not be part of the parameters, because again we cannot be able to group it. We would also want to know the gender of the farmer. So with regards to gender, maybe that one may need to be determined. So in our parameters here, so the first thing with regards to farmers, we will do what? Is there anything else that we can use for categorization? Can we talk about the farmer's location? Farmer's location? Because we might need to understand, even as we understand the different geographical distribution, we may also need to understand where each and every farmer is coming from. Okay? Or we can decide not to have that in our data set, farmer's location. And then when we are distributing the data, because we've already determined a dimension data set on distribution regions, then we can be able to link that. Okay. So I think that is it. I hope I've not left anything outside. So for the dimensional data, so the first variable that we need to determine here is gender. You have the gender. Okay. So gender, we either have male or we have what? Female. Okay. Okay. It is good to differentiate like that. So we have uh, gender as either male or female. Okay. What else can we have? If you're having, say, age group, something like age of farmers, and this particular age you have put it in groups. For example, you say 18 to 24, then 24, sorry, 25 to 31, then 32 to 38, then 39 to 45, and maybe 46 above. This is just an example. 46 maybe to 51, like that. So maybe you have categorized the farmers into ages like that. Then you might need to have that data under your parameters. Okay. So parameters sometimes are like sets of control that you're trying to control what is going to be captured in your data set. Okay. Is there anything that you can propose? Let me see if contact. Yes, contact. Can we have contacts as part of our parameters? Can we define contacts as parameters? Is it something that we can be able to group? That is a question. Is it something that we can be able to group? Sorry. Is it something that we can be able to group? Not really. I think when you talk about contacts, you cannot really have like a sort of categorization. So in more advanced data sets, you'll find the other things that you can put in your parameters that will control the farmers' details. So the other projects I've done. For example, we did a project for the ministry for Rwanda for one of their ministries, and it was all one project. So by the time we were finishing with the parameters, we had created so many parameters that now even the farmers' details was somewhat automated, but it was a whole different project. So for the parameters, sometimes I always don't like people to confuse it with the types of or the levels of data, because we have different levels of data: nominal data, ordinal data, scale, ratio. So that is not the case. Parameters are basically controls that we are setting so that our data set can capture data correctly, so that as we go to data manipulation and data transformation, then our data, when we're creating relationships, our entire data model can be good for analysis. Okay, can be good for analysis. So that is that. Then, is there anything that we can put? So something like education level. Educational level, you know. Sometimes you can have people who are senior citizens and maybe they will not be taxed or or there are those who will be taxed a different rate. Okay, so sometimes you can even have citizen type. I think when you train different countries, you tend to get different, exposures. You tend to see that the different people work in a different way. The size of land, John, you're saying size of land. Size of land, are we going to capture this as we are distributing the fertilizer, or we capture it now under the details of the because remember we are still defining parameters. So the size of land, is that a factual data, or is that something that needs to come under our dimension data? Size of land. What do you think? Because unless it's factual data, yes. So basically, that one, either we can put it in our farmers' details, but not under parameters. We can put it under our farmers' details so that as we define each and every farmer, we can say how much land they are having. Or if that is not the case, we can go to our distribution. As we are distributing fertilizer, we say this is the name of the farmer. Then we will say this is the amount of land they have. So that one will appear in our distribution details. So that there's something we'll talk about relationships. I don't know if you'll be able to talk about creating relationships between data sets. We will need to create a relationship, a link between farmers' details and the distribution details, so that you can choose a farmer and then you capture the factual details that are there. Okay. So in our educational level, so we can just say level 1, because this is just for practice. Level 1, level 2, like that. Then citizen type, suppose you can have senior citizen. I don't know if there's such categorization. Ordinary. Again, depending on the report, you see, when you're doing a project, they're normally project objectives, or when you're doing analysis, there are some objectives that you need to set. So those objectives, for example, we would want to know the number of senior citizens who are farmers in your report. So of course, during your preparation of your data set, one of the parameters that you use is this. Okay? Now, having done that, we now go to our farmers' details. Remember, as I've said, these parameters can be done in a more advanced way. There are some other things that may need to be done. Now, the other thing we need to do is under the farmers' details. So all these things that we have, farming method, whether subsistence or commercial. Yes, farming method, where do we put it? I know that one is more of a dimensional, it needs to fall under a dimensional data. Is there any data set that we need to put, or we put it here? I think farming method. Farming method. Okay. So can we say commercial or is true? Okay, both commercial and subsistence. I hope I typed it correctly. I hope you can also be able to see my screen properly. Okay, so now when we go now to the farmers' details, where we are collecting the information, let me just zoom this a bit. About, I think, we make it a bit bigger. So when you're coming to the data set, now, when you're creating a data set, and this is important, remember we said, or there's a point I said, a data set would be like a database, okay? And you need to understand how databases work in the field of IT and all that, because you're also borrowing something from there, okay? Most databases, They normally structure their data in a tabular form, okay, in a tabular form. And this is important so that when we are extracting this data, we're moving this data to any other system, or we're using it for any other purposes, it can be able to fit perfectly. Okay. So for that, best practice is the first row, let it always be where you put your titles. Okay. Or what we call title fields. Let me type that one on the chat box. So that title field, title fields. Okay. So for the title fields, the first title field that you need to have is, and very important, record ID. It's always good to have a record ID. But because it is a dimensional data set, because, and then I also see we already have an ID number, so we don't really necessarily need a unique identifier for each and every record, because each and every farmer has their own what? Identification card. When you are going to be using distribution details factual data set, that is where we need to have what? We need to identify each and every record. So number one, we'll do name. We can say farmer name. So the farmer name, that is the first one. Farmer's personal characteristics like experience skills. Yes, yes. So that one we can be able, can we, no, that one now we can put it under details. So farmer name, a farmer ID. Another best practice, don't just say ID. Maybe you're registering coordinators and you're registering farmers. Okay. It is good to say farmer name, farmer ID. Because when you say ID only, and then in another data set you say ID, it might bring some confusion when it comes to creating the what? The links between the different data sets. So farmer ID, we will have what? Gender. So that was something under our parameters. What else under our parameters? We have age. We just copy this one here and paste it. Like that. Like that. So farmer name, farmer ID, age, gender, education level, citizen type, farming method. Okay. So as of now, we have created a data set. What else? I think this is enough to be able to identify a farmer. Okay. This is enough to be able to identify a farmer. So depending on the number of records that you want, then you are able to capture properly. So the other thing that we might need to do, this is farmer ID, gender. So for gender, age, education, citizen type, farming method, remember these things, we have them under our parameters. If there's anything else that does not require a parameter, you can just put it here. For example, I'm seeing the farmer skills. That is very important, and I hope it is something that you can be able to analyze. So farmer skills. Something else you need to do at this particular point, we have already created a data set. It is good to put validation so that this particular exercise does not become futile. It is good to put what? Data validation. Okay. So if you go to data, the data tab, I hope you can be able to see data tab. Then under, where is it? Under data. So here under data tools, there's this command, data validation. Okay. At an advanced level, we will, for the webinar, I may not be able to go into what we call multi-level validation. There's what we call multi-level validation. But let me show you first what validation is, just in case you don't know. So validation is basically controlling what will appear in a cell. So if I click data validation like that, now there are different types of validation rules. Okay. Now here under validation criteria, which are the rules, there's what we call there's what you need to allow. If you click on the down arrow button, you'll be able to see whole number, decimal, list, time, length, custom. There's so much. Sometimes this may appear, basic, but you can be able to turn it to a very advanced a tool by putting now formulas, nested functions in what? In data validation. Okay, so you put nested functions in data validation, and then you make it even more better. So at this point, I just want to regulate so that somebody does not type any other thing, either other than male or female. So just click on list. There are others here. We have date. If you want a specific date to be captured, if you want a certain length of text to be captured, if you want a whole number, and of course by default it is always captured as what? As any value. Okay. So in our case, there's a list of items that we want to showcase in our cell, and that is the list. Okay. And then here, make sure the box here is checked, no blanks, and then in cell dropdown, make sure that is checked. Then under the source, you can traditionally people used to type, but the reason as to why we are creating parameters is so that we can be able to link here C2, cell number C2, with items and agenda. Okay. So if I click my cursor inside there, then I go to parameters, I can be able now to choose to either select here A2 to A3, A1 to A3, or I can select the entire column A. So you see the source is parameters what? AA. This one makes it a bit dynamic because anytime I add anything here, automatically it will appear here. Okay, so let me choose the entire column. I click OK. So that means now I'll have what? A drop down that will say gender, male or female. Okay, so if I say female, so somebody cannot type anything. You cannot come and say, or somebody cannot type a typo like feel like that. With them, there'll be, or such data will not be allowed. You see, when you do away with small errors like this, it really helps you when it comes to analysis. Okay, analysis, data extraction, at this particular level is where it is very important. So I cannot be able to type it, but if I type it correctly, it will accept. Okay, so you can always copy the formatting downwards up to a level that you're up to satisfied. So for example, I want to register only 12 farmers, so I'll select up to there. Then I will autofill downwards, like that. These ones I can delete them. So we've seen we're only having up to C what? Up to C12. So anything, so we have copied formatting. The other way you can just click and use this copy formatting and you paste it. I hope it can work. Let me see. No. Sorry, no. I just copy using the autofill. This one copies the appearance of a text, not the settings. Sorry for that, not the settings. It copies the appearance. Formattings are basically the settings of our cell, of the content of the cell. Okay, appearance of the content of the cell. There's actually a topic that I train called custom number formats. It's an interesting topic, where we can even have blank rows that are occupied. Okay? So that when you receive a file and you see it is blank, you don't assume it is blank. You counter check if there is any content. I don't know if you know that you can use custom number formats techniques to format a cell so that it appears blank, but it has content. Okay, so there's a topic, there's a training that we do under Excel training, that there's a session that we talk about custom number formatted. So back to our example here. So now we can say up to 14. That is where we have our limit. Let me put a yellow format here. The other one is age. So you can do the same with the age. You can use, again, go to data, validation. The type of validation we want is a list. Remember I said we can have something advanced here, list. And then you go to parameters, and I think as of now we're talking about age. So you see I've selected the entire column. Okay. So it means I can pick anything, even the blank cells. So sometimes you can put formulas here. Here, you can put a formula here so that anytime you pick something, it ignores the blank rows. So that in your selection, let me show you what I'm saying. You see here, if I click on the down arrow button, there are other blank rows that appear. Let me use the female one. You see there's some blanks. So you can adjust your formula. You can put a formula. I know because of time you might not be able to do everything, but you can put a formula that can be able to ignore the rows. Okay, so this one now, let me also copy it. This is another method of copying, like that. I've copied the formula there. Okay. Education level, also the same. There's something called multi-level validation. Multi-level validation. So in creating a data set. So Jason is asking, is it correct to say that on the gender list, we can remove it, we can remove the list as gender because we already have it in cell C1? I have not understood. Like we remember, we have another gender. So remember, this is now where we are going to be capturing the data. Actually, most of the time you'll hide these parameters. You can even hide it. So that when you share this document, the people who are putting in data don't need to know that you have defined the parameters. They just come here. If they try to put anything that is different from male or female, they are disallowed. Okay. But remember, this is the basic. It is an advanced level, but it is the basis, the most primary and the most important part of analysis. Let nobody lie to you that you go to the techniques, and sometimes you can go to the techniques, but your data is not well controlled. Okay, so Jason, yes, Jason, you can say something.
What I mean is that there's no gender called gender. You know, we have on the parameters we have gender as male and female. So what I mean is in that listing in color in the farmer's details as gender, we only have on the listing we only have maybe we only select female and male, but on the listing we have gender male and female on the listing part. If we select the drop down. If maybe you select the drop down, have
here
gender as gender as gender, male and female. So that's
okay.
So I mean, can you do away with gender maybe?
With gender. So what this one now means, as you are preparing the list, so here you can come back again to here. Okay. Remember, I've clicked cell C2. and I've gone to data validation,
Yes.
the formattings will apply to C2. If you want them to apply to the rest, you just check this box here, and it will select the entire, all the other cells that are related, that have the same related settings. Now, to go to your question, if I click on this particular button here, which is AA, parameters AA, if I only want male or female to appear, I'll not select the entire column. Okay, what I'll do, I will only select what? No, let me unhide this. Sorry, let me unhide first of all. Let me unhide the parameters, the hidden them, unhide parameters. Okay. So as I was saying, if I want to change here, if I click here, it will take me to parameters worksheet, AA. You see, I had selected the entire column. Now, if you only want male and female to appear, then select only male and female so that it becomes parameters A22, A3, A22, A3. Now, the reason as to why I was showing you the first one, and it is good that you brought in the second one, is because, number one, the first one is extremely dynamic, meaning anytime you put anything here, it will just change automatically. So you don't need to keep on going to data validation and adjust it. Because look at it, if I say OK, I've only selected A2 to A3, and I say OK. So it means here I can only have 2, which is good. But now if I add maybe another category, so normally I see some options saying prefer not to say. Okay, prefer not to say. So if I add that and I come to my farmer's details and I try to look for it, it will not be there. So I'll be forced to do what? I'll be forced to go to data again, change, and then adjust this to here. So anytime you add something new, you have to adjust, which is good. With the second one, the data is clean, or the drop down is very clean, but it has its own disadvantage where if you add something new, it disappears. With the first one, where you select the entire column, the problem with it is that it gives you so many blanks, and it also gives you the word gender. This gender here, it will also appear there in your drop down. So that's what I was saying. At an advanced level, there's a formula that you can use. Okay, here instead of using parameters, there's a formula we can use to be able to ignore blank and some other cells, and then so that we make it dynamic. The reason as to this is because we might want to we might be working with very large data sets. When you are working with large data sets, you'll find you may not even have sometimes even time to go back and identify where did you adjust, you know. So it is good. You can use this method where you select only the items in your parameters, which is good, very effective. It makes your data very clean. It even makes the work of the data collector easy because they will only need to choose between the three. They will not see the blank rows. But in a situation where you want the data collectors to have an opportunity to modify the parameters, then you may need to have an advanced formula here. Okay, one advanced formula that I'm going to show you is what we call multi-level validation. Multi-level validation, so that because of time, I don't want to miss anything. So this we have agreed that we are going to use this method, and then we click on OK, so that we can have. You see now our data is clean. It is very clean now. Okay. So I can choose female or prefer not, say like that. So drop down is a very good technique. Sometimes you might have, like when I'm doing projects, sometimes you'll find projects sometimes they have what we call project objectives. Maybe these farmers are as the farmers are registering, maybe you're going to register them under categories. You say, let me farmer type. Farmer. Maybe there's a cascade that has been designed to identify the type of a farmer. Okay, farmer type, and then we can have farmer subtype. Okay, farmer type, and then we can have farmer subtype. Okay, so there's a situation where there's a relationship between farmer type and farmer subtype, and we might want in our farmer details, whenever I choose farmer type, I see only the farmer what subtype that are there. Okay, so normally in such a situation, let us look at this. Let us say type A or type 1. Let me use that something very simple up to type 4. Okay, and then for the subtype, you'll find under type 1 there are like 3 subtypes like that. Okay, so what you normally do, you'll have such a so there are 2 ways. Let me show you the first way so that we can use multi-level validation, because that is what I would want to really show you, so that we can see how formulas, nested formulas, we do the nested formulas and then we see how that can assist it. So type 1, and then under farmer subtype, you can find type 1, 1. So type 1, 1, we have 3 types. Let me reduce these 1 to 3 so that we only have, don't do so much. Then we have type 2, 1. Then, so maybe we only have 2 types of type 2. And then type 3, type 3, 1. And we can say we have about 4 types of type 3. So these are just about categorization. Now, if this information is like this, when it comes to data validation, we can either do this in 2 ways. Number 1, when the data is like this, you can make sure you match here. You can make sure you have farmer type. The same here, you put it here. Okay, and then under each and every type, you replace. For example, this is 1, you put it like that. And then if this is 2, you put it like that. So the order is immaterial. How you put them, provided type 1 is type 1. Even if you add here type 1, 1, and then you add another one, it is still okay. Then type 3, copy that like that. So this is one way. Now from practice, from what I see when I'm doing this project, so this is one way in which you can be able to use validation on the other side. So let us use this and see. So if I go to farmers details, and I have, let me copy so that I don't waste time. Copy. Then here, like that. And I want to create a drop down of farmer type and farmer subtype. Let me interchange so that once you select the type of a farmer, you can only select what? The subtypes under that farmer. Okay. So the first one, and this is what now we call multi-level validation. The first one, you go to validation as usual under data, and then data validation. Then here we choose list. So under list, we select here type 1, type 2, and type 3. So that is the format type. So the first one, you just do it the normal way. Type 1, type 2, type 3. Click on OK. So here, I'll get type 1, 2, and 3. So what I want to achieve is, if I click type 1 and I go to this next cell, if I click here, I need to see only the subcategories or the subtypes under type 1. So I want to, when I choose type 1, I only see what? These here. So the reason for arranging these as such is because of these. So here what I'll do, I'll use a formula. I'll say data validation, any value, change that to list. Then where there is the source, we put a lookup formula. We put a simple lookup formula. So which formula can we use to look up values? Or let me ask this, which formulas do you use to look up for values? So that I can also criticize you. I know most accountants, they say, see, you just VLOOKUP that one. VLOOKUP, VLOOKUP. But is VLOOKUP the best? Is it not? Is it not becoming a legacy function as we are moving towards this newer formats of Excel? Okay. So here, as at now, we can now type the what? Formula. The only problem with this is that you need to know the formula as it is. Oh, so Dennis, you're saying index match. Yes, we can use index match. We can combine index and what? And the match function. Okay. We can also use what? The simple one is X lookup. I don't know if you have used X lookup. Good thing, we can use index match. We can say index. Maybe Dennis, you can tell us how we can go about this. I know it is good we share this. In most trainings that I go, you find people having a problem with index and match. So how would you write it? Index. We'll of course start with the index. Open bracket. Then what do you choose? We normally start with the lookup array. Yeah? No, sorry, we start with the return array. Index match will first of all talk about what is to be returned. So what is to be returned is found under our parameters. So we want to return these. Okay. So equals index. I hope it is very clear. Let me see my screen. Yeah. Index and then comma. So that is the return array. Then we want to, because we are looking for different types, we want to return what? We want to return the entire column. Will index work at this particular point? Remember, I've told you there's another way. I know here you're supposed to do the match. The match what? Sorry, what? So comma, then match, then open bracket. So normally we'll do the row, then the column. Okay, row and the column. So the first match will replace the row. I hope you're together up to there. The first match will replace the row. So ideally, what you're supposed to do, I'm not saying it will give us an answer. I'm very skeptical about it. The first thing that we'll do, the match, after putting the opening bracket, we go to the farmer's details and we choose type 1. Okay, comma, that is the lookup value. I'll show you the simple one, which is X lookup. It is a very simple function. The problem is I'm already showing you advanced nesting function, in application. So normally what I do, I'll show you first of all how the function works. Then I'll take you now to uh, I'll take you now to its application. So apologies to those who maybe might have floated off, but for this demonstration I need to use these. But ideally, normally during class, we would slowly, first of all, look at how nesting is done, how index is matched, how much is indexed within, is nested within index function, and other different types of nesting. So that now when it comes to application, it becomes easier. But for those who might have an idea of index and match, this is how you should go about it. So this is the lookup value, comma, which is this is I2. Then the lookup array in parameters is where? Here. Okay. Already as of now, I know the configuration we've done is not for this formula, but let us continue. I know Dennis has said we can use it, but let me just do it to see. Then comma, then the match type. There's something called the match type. Match type is whether you want an exact match, an estimate of where data is in ascending, or an estimate where data is in descending. So normally, if you want to return an exact match, you always put 0. Okay, you let's put 0. Hope it has. Hope it has. Parameters v1. Okay. Oh, we've already done match. Let me look at my screen. Okay. I don't know if you can be able to see on your side. I hope it is not freezing on your side. Okay, so we've put the lookup value, we've put the lookup array, and then now we need to put the match type, which I've said it is 0. Which I've said it is 0. Let me just do it because I'm saying it is up to the match type. So the lookup value is I2, comma. Then under parameters, we want the match type to be, oh sorry, where we are looking for I2, we want to search I2 here, comma, and of course we want exact match. Close the bracket, and then comma 1, close the bracket. So ideally this is the way it's supposed to show. I don't know if it is showing your side, but if I click on OK, let me click on OK and see. Okay, type 1. Yes, so that is the error I was talking about, Dennis. The configuration that we have created is not for index and match. Index and match would have worked if, let me talk about now the second technique. If we would have configured these as such. Farmer, let me start with farmer type, copy, paste farmer type there. And then we take all these farmers, copy, and we paste them, but we paste them in a transposed manner. Then under each and every farmer, like here, we put them. down here. These two, you put them down here, and these two, these four, you put them down there. So the index match we were trying would be best if would be best. Very good. Just a minute. I have it here. So the technique that we have just used would be best if we would have configured our data in such a fashion. Okay. If we would have configured our data in such a fashion, it will not give us only one option. You see, when you choose type 1 or type 2, you only get one option. It is because of the configuration of how index match works. Let us use this one. Let us use this configuration, and then we see. We just need to change our formula. So here, I'll go to data validation. Where is it? Data validation here. Let us just do everything afresh. Okay. So we'll say equals index. Index match is normally a very long formula, and that's why in version 2021 it is being replaced by XLOOKUP, which is very simple. And I'm going to show you XLOOKUP. You see how easy it is. So index, open bracket. So the lookup value is in our farmer's details, which it is whatever is in I2. No, sorry. We start with the return array, whatever we want to return before we go to what we are looking for. So what we want to return is in parameters. We want to return all this. Up to there. That is what we want to return. We want to return K1, sorry, K2 to M what? To M5. Okay. Comma. So which row do you want to return from K2 to M5? We want to return any row. We want to return any row. It can be this row, this row, this row, this row. Remember, from our selection, we selected from K2 to M5 here. So this forms a small table of 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 rows, and 1, 2, 3, 3 columns. Here, our selection. Whatever we are terming as return array. Okay. So in our small table, which row do you want to return? So we are not specific because it might be type 1 here. It might be type 2 here. So we want to return the all the rows. These ones, or these ones. All the rows in our data set. And in our data set, or in our data range that we've selected, K2 to M5 here, K2 to M5, it has 1, 2, 3. We want to return the entire row, this row or this small row. Okay. So in our row section, we will skip by putting another comma. So we put 2 commas, meaning we will ignore the row. Then we will put a match function, open bracket, and then we go to farmers details. We want this as the lookup value, comma, and then the lookup array in our parameters is this here, comma. We put a 0 for an exact match. Then we close the bracket for the match, and then we close the bracket for the index, like that. Again, if it is becoming a bit complicated, especially for the index match, Don't worry, it is because now we are using it for application. In a class setup, we would look at it differently. So if I click OK, that is the error. We have put this wrongly. Supposed to be exactly. Yes, so like that, if I click OK, I think now it will be okay. So if I click on the down arrow button, you see now type 2, I'll have 2. If I choose type 1, I'll have items under type 1. So this is what we call multi-level validation. Multi-level validation. So now I can have like that. So if you're sharing this with maybe data collectors, or it is a different department that you want them to feed in information, especially for finance, you normally work so much with different departments, whether it is HR, whether it is marketing, and they normally send you reports. So it is always important, okay? It is always important to make sure that as you send these files, you send them and you make sure they are brought back with the correct information. So the other one is X lookup. X lookup. So X lookup will be done like this. Let me not do it on the index match, but you just say equals X lookup. It is normally the simplest. X lookup like that. Then you look for the lookup value, which is this, comma. Then the lookup array, where you're going to look for the item you're looking for. Then our parameters, this would be the case here. We are looking for this. No, sorry, we were looking for this, comma, and we want to return this. You can even see there's this indicator showing you lookup value, lookup array, return array. And there are some other things which we can cover later on. And then close the bracket. Okay, then when you tap enter, you see what it happened, what it does? It even shows you on screen what is happening. So if I change here to type 2, it changes. If I change here to type 3, it changes. So when you put this formula inside the data validation, so it is the data validation now that will give you in a drop down kind of a manner. Okay, so you can use index match or X lookup. Okay, so we talked about creating our data set, and I see already time has run. So let me go back to creating data set. I have a question. I have a document which has foreign currencies only. How can I add Kenyan shillings as an option to choose? This to give the original amount using Kenyan shillings. Yes, good question, Fatima. Actually, when you're defining parameters, you can define the different currencies. You can go to your parameters and define the different currencies that you have. Okay, and then with those currencies, you can even define the exchange rate. Okay, for example, here you can have something called currency like that, and then it can be Kenyan shillings, it can be USD, it can be Rwandese franc, and I think they call it like that. It can be Ugandan shillings, that. So you can have multiple currency. Actually, in many reports, especially if you're working with multinational companies, they require you to have different reports on, with different currencies. And also sometimes they would want you to show them, what do you call it, gain or loss in exchange. So you can define a good parameter under parameters on currency. Of course, put the exchanges. If there's a definite exchange rate that has been used maybe in the budget, and that is what is to be used continuously, then you can have it there. You can also make it as dynamic as possible. when it comes to reporting? Do you want the exchange rate for that particular day or for whatever was budgeted for? And would you want to see the gains or the loss in exchanges? So you can always determine these parameters. And you can even have another column for gain or loss in the exchange. And you can have these as parameters and you create your report. I know maybe because of time, we may not be able to get into each and every item, but I hope I can be able to assist as we move forward. So that is one. So this is how you come up with a data set. This is one step that people really skip, which I always like to give emphasis. Because once you've created a very good data set, then you give the participants or the different departments to give you the data. Then it becomes very easy. Or sometimes it can be data that you're receiving. If you're receiving data from a different party, raw data that where you didn't have any control over, then there are other techniques. There are other techniques of modeling, okay, like using Power Query. There's a tool called Power Query, which is a very good tool, Power Query, and other tools like Power BI, which can be used to model data, to clean and transform data so that uh, you use it for analysis. So I think because of time, maybe we can I can wind up. Let me see what else we can do. But ideally, data sets, that is it. The other bit, let me see, so that I don't skip anything. So if you look at our distribution, we have different data sets. Now, combining these data sets is important, okay? Or being able to create a report. Because you see now we have registered farmers, we have registered fertilizer details, we have registered coordinators, we have registered stores. So as we are going to collect the data, we will talk about fertilizer distribution. Okay? Fertilizer distribution. Now in Excel, the kind of data modeling that is there is by using what we call Power Pivot. Okay, maybe you can go and check it out. Power Pivot, but it is limited in nature because you need first of all to transform that data into tables and such. Just a minute. Okay. I'm informed I have a class the next 10 minutes, so let me just continue and wind up. So you see, for Excel, sometimes it might be limited. And that's why once you've done this with Excel, once you've created data sets like this, and maybe you want to transform data, or not to transform and to modify, because sometimes you'll find data that is not clean. So you want to manipulate and put it to be better. There are other tools. So I've said there's Power Query, there's Power Pivot, and there is now using a tool called Power BI. So Power BI is a very trending tool that is out there in the market, but what it does, it leverages on Excel, okay? So that you can now be able to model your data properly, or to merge, or to create relationship between these various data sets. So there's Power Pivot, Power Query, and there's Power BI. So Power Pivot, Power Query, Power Pivot is in Excel, Power Query is in Excel, and it is also in Power BI, okay? So we can be able to explore these. So these data sets, the problem that has been there is being able to merge these data sets. If we were to create a model using Excel, we will need to restructure all these factual, sorry, dimensional data sets and that factual data set. We need to restructure them so that there's a unique column in each. And that is the limitation with Excel modeling. Okay. But with another tool like Power BI, I can be able to show you how to go about this one. And then there's a situation whereby the data set does not come from an Excel file. It can come from a different source. Okay. So a situation where you have a data source from a different file. Maybe it is a website that is streaming in data. Maybe there's a PDF file that has been shared with you. Maybe it is shared online or on Drive. So you might want to connect all these data sources to be your data sets, okay, and use different tools to make them correctly. We use now what we call queries. This is the Power Query, you know. So we change them into queries so that now we have our data sets. Okay. Um, when I was preparing this, I realized I knew we might not have time. So what I've done, because I would really want to continue to engage with people, there's another masterclass. So this one now will not be a webinar; it will be a masterclass. So this masterclass will be modeling using Excel and Power BI. Okay, so where we'll be able to see if we have created data sets like these. With Excel, we can be able to do it. You can be able to collect data and do some simple analysis. But what if we want to consolidate all these things and just have one dashboard, whereby if somebody changes, if the website changes, it also changes on my dashboard. So how do we go about it? So I've created a masterclass whereby we'll be able to look at it. So if you're interested, I think it will be in the next 2 weeks, you can be able to join. If you're also interested to join a class, an advanced Excel class, where we'll go into each and every tool one by one, slowly until you're able to master everything. Okay. And my classes, remember I've told you I've taught classes. If people are working from MRM, they can be able to know me. But Rolling News, I've worked with G Insurance, with the staff from Copier Kenya. I've trained so many staff and also the individuals that are here. I've done that, and I will be really happy to share these in a class. Apologies because of the time. Sometimes, webinars, it is just sharing insights. But as a trainer, sometimes I get carried away and I want to really do the technical. But I hope from what you've done have been beneficial. We've gotten the insights and, we've been able to get something. So the next webinar, not really a webinar, but a masterclass. It will only focus on data modeling. It will be about 4 hours. And I hope to see you then. So be able to communicate. I'll share an email on today's training. And since morning, I'll share the video recording and any other information and also the next masterclass. So and we're asking for the which one for the for the advanced Excel class. Normally we charge 18,050, but we have a discount of about 20%. So you're doing 15,000, which you can pay, slowly. You can pay in installment. There is also so that is it. And then for our classes, we've structured our classes because they are highly practical. We do them only 3 times a week because I've trained so much since 2015. I've been training Excel throughout for corporate, so I understand. So 2 hours a day. But if you have a group that you want to be trained, we can organize for 4 days in a week. We just do 4 full days in a week and we are done. If it's a group of 6, we can be able to do that, whether on site to your premise as a client, or we can look for a premise to do that, and then we can be able to do that. The other thing is, so that is the cost for the Excel. The cost for Power BI as a course, I think it takes about 10 weeks for the full course. So I think it's about 40,000. But for the masterclass, the one that is going to be next week, where we'll talk about modeling using Excel and Power BI so that we can use Power Query and all that. I think it will be 1,800, but there's a discount also on website. You just pay 1,500, then you can register. So we'll have a session like this, but a bit of a long session where we'll be able to do modeling. The other question, somebody has asked, let me see, there's another question. So Fatuma, Power BI, yes, for Power BI is there. So we can do so we have 2 classes, Power BI and there's Excel, which I'm handling. The others are being handled by other experts. So Power BI, I think we have We have one person who has registered. So normally we register 3 to 6 people for online classes. We don't register more than 6. So a minimum of 3, so that we can be able to give value to those who have registered. And we have classes every month. So every month we scheduled a new class. Let me look at another question. Okay, masterclass will definitely be there. Much welcome. It's 1500 at least, so that I don't need to ask people uh, cost of certificate. No, that will include also the certificate for the masterclass. I know for this particular webinar, there are people who had asked for a certificate, and then because we said our certificates have to be printed, signed, so that's why they attract a cost. So we had put it about 500 shillings so that we can print for you, sign, and also share with you if you're interested in it. But for the masterclass, that one is automatic. For this webinar, if you'd want to have a participatory certificate, um, then you can reach out to Samantha. She's kindly sharing her details so that you can be able to request it. I will also do a follow-up email just to see. Jason, I'm saying you're saying interested first with advanced Excel, then others will follow. Yes, that is the route to follow. Do advanced Excel, master it, then you want master it. It is a very rigorous exercise. You see, right now we don't have practice files. I have so many case files, so many data migrations that I've done for companies. There are things we sit there is a solution I sat for almost 3 days thinking of a solution. So that is what I have in my class, so that we sit down and we crack our mind until we become masters. If you look at our website, Excel is written as Advanced Excel Masterclass because it is, one of the best. Um, let me see if there's any other question. So I don't think there's any other question. I think we can leave it at that. My name, I hope you remember my name, Simon. Asema Simon. I'll text my number in case you have an issue. I know sometimes you are working on something and you're stuck somewhere. Don't hesitate. Just call me. We can have something and I can guide you. I have so many accountants, friends, past participants and students who sometimes they get stuck and they give me a call and we sit down and we get a solution. Oh, I had missed for Absalom. For county government, can I create one? Especially for budget, it's always a very interesting thing. Commitments, requisition, payments, invoices. Yes. So actually, you can have multiple data sets. Payments, invoices. Yeah, actually, that too, and that is the whole idea. The good thing about Excel, automation. You put in data in one point, and everything else is computed automatically, and you get a report automatically. So that is the whole idea of having advanced Excel. Okay. So when you post a payment in, yeah, you can even have an invoice on Excel. And then you put information when you press send or you press print. So you can determine, is it print or send? You can print your own invoice. Then you can have this information shared in now one of your data sets. And then that data set is created, it is linked to a report. So these things can, and you can automate. There are people who sit down and they don't do much work because they have automated their work. Okay, so thank you. Let me not add much. I think I'll now give Samantha to continue so that I prepare for my class. We are having a class starting today for advanced exam. I don't know how many, but we're having 4. We'll have another one after 4 weeks. After 3 weeks, we'll have another class. So you can always book for these classes. For the master class, 14th of November. I think it was on the website, but I'll be able to share via email so that we can be able to learn modeling, purely modeling, using Power Query. It's a very interesting. So we'll do data cleaning, transformation, and creating relationships, and a bit of visualization. So I don't know if I have missed anything else. Thank you so much for being patient, and I wish to see you in my masterclass on 14th. And those who will be joining classes, if you join my classes, we'll be able to do more. Thank you so much, and have a good evening. Yeah?